Good morning. Is it just me? Or is the music a little louder than normal? It's definitely not just me. Okay. It's a little better. It's a little bit better. Okie dokie. Where the hell are we? What the hell are we doing? Okay, well, first of all, I don't have chat up. Let me just get the chat open. And my stream is offline. What? Hey! Booyah grandma? Yeah, for some reason. Okay, no, it's the stream was offline in the preview on Twitch. Okay. Okay, let me just get my time tracker going here. Start. We're doing our pooling. Can't remember where I ended up yesterday. Let me give it a good old play and see what happens. How are you doing with your grandma? Okay. What do you want to do? Yeah, I'm not going to do much. I'm just going to take this bird. And, you know what? Let's put somebody in the gym. Maybe put a few people on a couch. Might as well level all these things to the max because I have the capital. There we go. Okay. Okay, it's coming back to me now. I needed to get... What did I want to put? Oh, the projectiles and bombs. Yes, that's right. That's right. You're well, this is it, sort of. So I think I tried to describe it a little bit yesterday in your chat, but that's always difficult. But this is the idea, right? So you got 4 characters that you play the game with. Obviously, there will be more, but you have 4 at a time, and the idea is, well, okay. So obviously, this is pretty straightforward. This is like a potato type level up system. You get a random chance at 3 things when you level up. So we can now just go through this. I'm just gonna randomly click stuff. I don't really care. But anyway, you level up each of your characters. Now, you might be thinking, you just saw the ranger fighting. Why did the chicken level up? Right? And that's where this whole idea comes in. So, there's still a bit of a work in progress, but you have various rooms that people can go and utilize while somebody has to fight off the wave. Right, so... each of your characters, so one of the main things that you have to manage is your stamina, as well as health, obviously, but you have to manage stamina. So characters get tired, that's why you have a party, right? You have friends that help you reach the top of this tree tower thing. But the idea is you have to manage your stamina, and you can do it through all of these rooms. So characters fighting, you lose stamina. But characters using a Stairmaster also lose stamina. But you get benefits from that. So you'll see the owl has no stamina left, but essentially increase the maximum stamina that's available to him. So what I would do now is I would actually tell the owl to, like, instead of going to fight or doing another round at the gym, he can go sit on a nice chair. And this is the observation room, which means you can watch the fight. And that's kind of nice because that means you rest, so you recuperate some of your stamina, your health, while gaining a little bit of experience from just spectating. Yeah, we can upgrade this more, and you'll see it look kind of nice now. It's nice and luxurious. Yeah, but that's kind of the idea. The duck went to the weights section of the gym, so he got a little bit more maximum health. And we have some other rooms that we're still busy with, but the spa is working, so we can unlock a spa, and then we can upgrade that. Look how nice that is. And that's also a place where you can go to recuperate. However, you don't get the benefit of increasing your experience. So this is kind of the idea, right? So everybody does something every round. It just depends on, how you want to manage your resources, and also which characters you want to mainly level up and which characters you maybe don't want to do that. And you might be asking, why would you not level up a character? Well, they have a passive effect that benefits the whole team, even though they might not be such a high level. So you might just have characters in the team that help you in that way, instead of actually doing fighting. Okay, so I ran out of stamina, so you'll see I'm suddenly very slow, and I'll probably die now. And I died. And this is another bug I remember now. So for some reason they keep on hitting me. So you need to get somebody to replace you. So when you die, the level's not over. You need to get a replacement. Oh, damn. He was on the Stairmaster, I forgot. So he's also not gonna... Okay, but he at least had a lot of health. Okay, so I have a bug. It seems like the game doesn't pause when you die. It also seems like... Yeah, so that's a bug, and then I need to do some more pooling stuff. But yeah, that's kind of the idea. Now, there are items in the game as well that you haven't seen. They're just called runes. Oh, what? So you have these totems on the level that you need to destroy. They give the enemies and buffs, and they debuff your character. Oh, jeez. Okay, these are the frogs. The bomber frogs on level 3. This gets a bit ridiculous now all of a sudden. But yeah, that's kind of the idea. There we get another type of item. And I didn't pick it up. Damn it. Okay, yeah, and it's like a rune. You have 6 rune slots. The runes are meant to be very powerful, so they have a massive impact on the game. Although nothing is balanced yet, so that's kind of a problem. But yeah, so you can now put a rune on a character. This is like a tanky rune, gives you health regen and armor at the cost of damage and movement speed. Not great. And let's equip it. Okay, you'll also notice that this duck is still dead. I can't actually use him for anything. That's because I need a hospital. So this is the hospital that you need to unlock. And now the emergency workers, the EMTs, we'll move him over there to revive him. Yeah, you can't do anything with him now. And obviously, if you can imagine, if you get to a point where you maybe mismanaged your characters a little bit, so everybody's out of stamina, or whatever the case might be, and you end up losing everybody, that's the end. Okay, so but that's preview. There are more enemies. There's a boss as well. But yeah, he comes later. Yeah, the multi-character system is a little bit, interesting. I think it gives it quite a bit of replayability, I think. So I'm trying to not put too many other things in the game because of the complexity that adds. Right, so you'll notice every character currently only has a basic attack and then a special attack, and that's it. Right, so I'm not trying to make it so that you have 17 abilities per character and you have 4 characters and you have to somehow keep track of that. That's ridiculous, right? But yeah, you also need to still manage the characters and their stamina. And now you have the rooms, and you can unlock the rooms, and there's a lot of replayability possible. But yeah, can be a little bit complicated. Okay, why does the character, when they die, not pause the game? That's the real question. Let's go see. Let's go see, because that's a bit annoying, especially if all those little lizards are still shouting in your ears. Okay, so let's see. So pause. Where's my pause? This is my pause. So I have 5 references in the game manager itself. Okay, let's see. So this is the show character level up, and it's not that one. Show level prep. This is the one that should toggle pause. You know what? There's probably an error that happens right about at that same point, or something like that. No. That is quite interesting. So the level prep screen should pop up when you die, because you died. Okay, so let's see. So that will happen either in the... Okay, or... Okay, on character death. Okay, so when a character dies... Okay, I remember now. So we need to check, first of all, we need to check this boolean, whether somebody is still alive. And if somebody is alive, then we show the level prep. Otherwise, we show the game over. Yeah, no, I can't remember where the hell I even got this boolean from. It's been a while since I worked with this. Okay, on character death. Okay. So character on dead changed. Okay, this is referenced in the character data. Okay, apparently I have this in 2 places. Add characters to player manager. I don't do this anymore. Okay, apparently. Yes, like there's so much code in here that is deprecated and unused, but okay, and then the other place I'm doing this, I just click the same thing. Okay, create characters. Okay, that makes more sense. So when I create the characters, I do... Okay, let's do some good old-fashioned print debugging. And, well... I should also just get rid of some of these other print statements because it's kind of cluttering everything. Okay, character removed. Don't even remember why this is. Oh, this is when I was fiddling with the UI. Okay, slot level up clicked. You don't have enough coin for that, so I'm going to leave that one in. So these are supposed to be pop-ups eventually, not just debug statements, but you know how it goes. We'll get there eventually. Okay, go to level prep. Okay, that's fine. Don't need that anymore. Okay, let's just save for a minute and go to our game manager. If I can find it. Okay, there it is. Okay, so specifically this doesn't work when somebody dies. Show level up. So new wave will be false. Gameplay UI is hidden. Level prep UI is shown, so that's fine. And then we toggle pause. Alright. So timescale. So I mean, are we toggling unpause maybe directly after that or something weird? Okay, so let's just do a debug log here. Pause game. And then I'll just do another one here. Unpause game. Something like that, right? And see how this goes. Okay, so we just have to go and sacrifice a character quickly. And then I'll get back into the pooling system. Because this is annoying. Okay, we'll just take the first bird I can find. Come stand ya. I mean, it worked at that time. Okay, that's weird. Is the second level broken? Oh geez, the sound is doing some funny things there. Okay, we're just gonna go to the second level and see if we sacrifice someone there or if it's different. Okay. I guess let's unlock a few levels of that. Let's get the owl. Okay, the chicken is a pretty healthy boy. Okay, let's see if we can get the owl to die and if it's a level dependent problem. That would be kind of weird. Okay, let's just keep track of this. Okay, so we can clearly hear them shouting in the background. That is very strange. So the game was technically paused. Okay, let's just go. Let's go look at the player. Okay, yeah, so the character died, but that doesn't really mean anything. Unless I remove him. So, yeah, he's still there until I technically move him away. That is very strange. So the pause game was ran, but these little... Yeah, I mean, a lot of things are not working. Okay, it might just be the animations, actually, that keep playing. Because they're not doing damage or anything, so I think they are in the attacking state, and they're just looping their animations. So let's go to the pooler, let's find one of these enemies. Okay, so if we look at these... even when they are paused, so let's go look at the visual. So this thing over here, unscaled time. Okay, so this is... Oh, I remember what I did. Okay, so I switched between unscaled and scaled time for enemies when they die. And the reason I did that is because at the end of the wave, I make all the enemies die, right? But I also pause the game. And I wanted the death animation to continue playing. So I changed the update mode of the animator as the level ends. Yeah, okay. And since we're doing pooling now, it's the same character. In the past, I generated a new character, which meant, it didn't matter. Everything was reset to basically whatever the defaults were. Okay, so all we need to do is on enable for our little enemy here. So we just need to grab our enemy animator, and essentially, let's see, do I do that here? I might on death. Yeah, animator update mode. So that's it. So I set it to unscaled time, but when they respawn, so when they enable again, I should put that to scaled. Is it just normal? I think normal is the one that we use, not fixed, right? I actually don't know. Yeah, I think it's normal. Okay, so now when we enable a character, they will go back to being normally animated. Not a character, an enemy. Okay, good. Problem solved, I'm sure. I don't even know. And it was difficult to see that on the first level because, well, I would have to first kill a bunch of enemies, so they would respawn, go back to the pool and come back, and then die, and I would have noticed that. But obviously, when I get to the second level, every enemy that spawned came from the pool, which is why that happened. Okay, fantastic. So, let's continue with our pooling system. By getting our projectiles to go into the pool as well. Okay. So I kind of like the idea of having different pools for different types of things. So we have just simple game objects, which are basically my enemies. I still don't know what to use the particle systems for because I don't have particle systems right now that are separate in that way. But I can see how people might use those. We have sound effects. So what I'm going to do is I'm creating another one. Coins FX. No. We'll call this projectiles. Okay. Projectiles empty. Okay, so we're going to get another pool type. Projectiles. Okay, so those two things are sorted. And then we just need to make sure we initialize all the stuff. So we need to create projectiles. Okay, and yeah, we just need to do something like that. Okay, so now we'll have a new holder for projectiles. This is going to be all the arrows and bombs and things like that. Okay, but that's sorted. What else do we have to do? Oh yeah, there's a set parent function where we just need to put in another case. Alright, a case for... Okay, so if it's a project... did I make a spelling error in the enum? That's flippin' fantastic. Projectiles. Okay, I think I fixed it. Okay, but anyway, if it's the projectiles, we want to do projectiles empty there as the parent. And default null. I think that's pretty much it for setting up a new one, if I remember. Okay, so our pooler should now be able to, in theory, handle projectiles separately. Make everything nice and organized. Okay, so the first projectile we want to look at would be the arrow that the ranger shoots. Actually, who else has... So the ranger has projectiles. I wonder if I should make the bomb a projectile as well. The one she drops. I might as well. I mean, it's a little of a fuzzy definition, right? So, but it fits the bill in some way, right? It's a thing that somebody throws or leaves behind or drops to the floor. I'm going to call that a projectile. Okay, so we have the arrow projectile over here. So we're going to need this script. And then on the ranger itself, I think we have the arrow spawner. So these are the two places we need to fix this. So instead of instantiating the arrow, we want to do object pull manager dot spawn object instead. Okay, now let's see if this thing works out. Okay, so it works. Projectile holder instance. Okay, so in the past I gave it a parent on that end. I don't need to. I just need to give it a game object position rotation. Oh, and actually what I do need to give it here is a object pool manager projectile pool type. So now they go into the projectiles pool when they are spawned. And I think most of the rest of the stuff is sorted, I believe. Okay, now for the fun part. Okay, so just getting them out of the pool is definitely not the problem. Putting them back into the pool, okay, it's maybe not that much of a problem. The main problem is going to be resetting everything. So this one would also be object pool manager. And instead of dot destroy, we just do dot return object to pool, the game object, which is the arrow projectile, and object pool manager projectiles. There we go. Boom. Okay. So okay, now we can grab them and we can return them. Now I can already tell you a bunch of things will be wrong initially. So let's see. We can. And why do I have? This was back in the day. Like I made this thing a million years ago. Okay. So on start, we can still get the enemy layer. That's fine. Yes, I even changed the way I format my code in the last... Like, I never used to do this. I always used to do it on new lines. Well, it looks like I wasn't very consistent back then anyway. Okay, that's fine. So we have a start, but we should also have an on enable. Okay, so let's just see. So on enable. Okay, what are some of the things we need to sort out? So first of all, our despawn time. We need to reset that to whatever it was, which is 2. Whoa. What am I doing? Okay. Can despawn, we need to set that back to false, right? So it would have been set up... yeah, it would have changed over here. And obviously, this is when the arrow stopped. We need to reset that. Okay, let's see. What else do we need to figure out here? Is flying. It's also one of those things that would have been set to true at some point. So we just need to reset that to false. Okay. Arrow speed wouldn't change. Yeah, so the rest of the stuff, as far as I am aware, won't really be an issue. I think. Like, obviously, I'll see. Okay. So, when it's flying, it just transforms the position. That's fine because we set the position. We reset the position, right? So, that's not a problem. Okay, we might have to check. I don't know if the arrows will fly sideways, maybe. Because of the rotation. No. We reset the rotation as well. Yeah. Ooh, my voice is a little funny. A little funny voice. Okay. So we reset the rotation, so it shouldn't be a problem. It's not like those other guys. Okay, let's see just if I... is kinematic? Okay, so if I set this... I make it true. Because I disable the rigid body, essentially. Which means it won't have gravity, so actually I should make that false to enable that again. Make the projectile a child of the target. Guys, I remember why I did this. Okay, we are going to reparent it, right? So it doesn't really matter. I think. I hope it doesn't really matter. The reason I do this is because then it sticks in the enemies, right? We disable the collider. Okay, so we need to re-enable the collider. True. Okay, and we switch off the particle effects. Okay, which means we should switch them on again. Finally, okay, candy spawn, I already did that. Arrow projectile damage, game object set active false. Damn. Okay, I do a lot of things when the arrow stops. Okay, so now everything should be reactivated once a new arrow spawns. And all the booleans are reset. Everything that can be reset. Okay, and then when it hits something again, it'll obviously go through all this rigmarole again. Okay, shall we try it? Right, one thing at a time. Okay, so the despawn is going to work. This happens 2 seconds after the arrow hits something. Okay, so let's give it a go. So I'm just going to I'm going to have to open the pooler. The pooler. Wait, this thing, did I save? It seems like I did. Okay. Okay. Yeah, let me just get myself set up here. I just want to see the arrows being spawned over there. Okay, so that looks good. Ooh. Okay, maybe I just didn't shoot. Okay. Okay, but we can definitely see. Oh, I only have one arrow? Maybe two. Oh, that's actually kind of funny. I did all of that for one arrow to get spawned and... Okay, but at least it does work. Obviously, as your attack speed goes up, you'll have more arrows, hopefully. We could maybe quickly give that a go. So let's just, you know, the range is already completely broken. So let's just break her a little bit more to see how this works. Where the hell's my attack speed? Oh, there we go. Let's make it 200%. Let's try again. Okay, let's go. Okay, this is the level you want to reach one day. I really need to go fix that rune with the light. Looks a bit funny. Okay, cool. So it handled that no problem. I couldn't really notice any funny things happening with the arrows. So for now, I'm going to say that it's good. Okay, the next thing that I think is going to be a little bit more involved would be the bombs. Right, mainly because the frogs throw bombs, and obviously they can throw a ton of bombs, right? So there's way more of them, which means that we'll have a bunch of bombs being spawned. Okay, so again, what's nice about this, we can just do object pull manager dot spawn object. Okay, and we just need a bomb position rotation sorted. Okay, and let's just put it in the projectiles object pull type projectiles. There you go. Okay, so that's it for actually getting the bomb to go somewhere. Okay, let's go to the bomb manager. Okay. So it looks like it's so funny going back to all my old code and seeing how my brain used to work. But anyway. Alright, so first of all, awake, that can stay there. I'm not going to fiddle with that. So we should do an on enable. We already know that. I can already see one. So despawn timer needs to be reset to 3F at the start. Has exploded needs to be set to false, right? If it's a new bomb. Okay, that's the first two things I can easily see. Okay, so this will now be object pool manager dot return object to pull, and we grab a game object and we do a pull type of projectile, right? This is a projectile. Giddy. Okay, we already did the has exploded and respawn timer, so that's good. Okay, so what happens here? So we apply a force. Oh, this is giving it a kick. Right, because the bomb, I don't currently... that's kind of a thing I'm going to have to figure out one day. because you can't see where the bombs are going to fall, because I don't really know where they're going to fall. I just give it a kick in a direction and let Unity Gravity sort out the rest. So I'll have to do some kind of a prediction as to where it will go. But yeah, that's another day's problem. So for now, I don't think any of this is really that interesting. Okay, so the explode function, I think, is where I need to look at this. Okay, the damage is not a problem. Okay, so this is basically the main thing I just have to make sure I figure out. So, okay, is kinematic, so that's again switching off our rigid body. So we make that false. Okay, rotation is identity. Okay, that's okay. We don't have to worry about that. So this is because the visual effect, I can kind of see now why I might have to have effects separate. So my effect is actually connected to the bomb, but when the bomb was spinning, obviously it exploded and then the effect also spun. So I would reset the rotation first before I make the effect play. Okay, so explosion effect set active is true. So when we enable this, we want to make sure it's false initially. Okay, play explosion sound, collider, and visual. Okay, so the collider and the visual, those are the last two things that we need to sort out. Okay, so these just have to be true and true. Okay, so I think the bombs should be doing a good thing now. Okay, no, it's not so bad, eh? Not so bad. Okay, arrows and bombs. And there's one other bomb we could do, and that's the little tiny bomb that the character, the ranger, leaves behind. But it's like, is that even worth it? It might be. It might be. I might do that. Not that you're not gonna be able to spam that one in any case. Okay, what other projectiles are there in the game? Oh, the crocodile. The boss has a projectile that he shoots. Yeah. Okay, let's keep an eye on the Pula. It'll actually be kind of nice if I could see if the arrows are getting stuck in the enemies. Oh yeah, they get stuck in the ground. They go through the enemies because they are insanely powerful. As you can see, yeah, they penetrate enemies. They get stuck in the environment most of the time. Okay. We can open up the Pula. We should have a couple of projectiles. Yeah, so we have 5 in total now. Okay, I'm just gonna take the ranger because she's obviously broken. And I'm just gonna run straight to this totem and shoot it. Okay, somehow the totem doesn't want to get shot. I don't know why. That was a bit strange. Why did that happen? Okay, I need to let them throw their bombs. They look like real bombs to me. It's a little bit difficult to see if they do damage. This game gets ridiculous quick. It seems like they do damage now. Okay, there's something funny happening with the totems and the projectiles. Okay, wait, let's just see this again. It seemed like I was shooting through them. Yeah, I am. Why is that happening? That's such a funny thing. And I died. Okay, well... Okay, so let's just go look at our arrow projectile. Is there something? So stop arrow. Wait, actually, how do I do damage with the arrow? Oh, I remember now. So the arrow, I was still being funny with the arrow. Yeah. I made a separate script or something for damage. Yep. Yeah, it was in the good old days, right? When I was still being dumb about things. Okay, yeah. So here we can see. Okay, so we just need to do an on enable. So it can damage building, true. So the reason I did that is because it doesn't penetrate buildings. So sometimes it'll get stuck into a building specifically, and then it will do multiple ticks of damage. So I just wanted it to do one tick of damage for a building because it gets stuck in them. So I just need to enable that again. I guess. I don't actually know why this was a thing. Why do we need to get the character? Okay, but most of this stuff I think can stay in start. It's just this one needs to be, yeah. Okay, we can also check if there was anything else that was funny. I don't think this one really had a lot. It's just this update loop to check for collision to apply damage. Yeah. Seems fine. I think it was just this can damage building. Because it was just the buildings that had the problem, right? Okay. Now that should be sorted. The bombs do seem to work. It's just a little bit difficult to see. Because of the amount of enemies. Okay, so what I should do, actually... Let's see. Let's go to our base level. Right here. And if I enable... Now, I haven't tried this in a while, right? This might break. I'm afraid it might break, right? So this is my testing ground, but now with the pooling... If I just put a character there, that would mean they are not going to spawn with the pooling system. Yeah. They're going to spawn in some other weird way. Well, they're not going to spawn, which means we're not going to run the spawn function, which means we're not going to put them in the pool. And if I kill them now, it'll give an error because it's going to try and put an enemy back into a pool that just doesn't exist. Okay, so the enemy already has problems. Let's just see if we get there, if he changes his mind. Okay, so he is definitely confused. Why is this level spawning enemy? Okay, so he's super confused. I should have switched off the spawning. Yeah, I can't really tell. It's too much happening. Okay, so let's just stop. Okay, let's try it some other way. Let's see in the enemy spawn manager. So we got a bit of everything. 5. Okay. How do we decide? I can't remember how we decided. Is it in the level manager? I don't know. Where do we even decide how many enemies to spawn? Or which enemies to spawn? Do I check the... Why can't I remember this? Okay, so for each enemy type, don't know what I was doing here. Damn. What the hell am I doing here? Jeez, like it. Okay, enemy spawn ratio calc. I made a separate script for this? Holy moly, I don't remember any of this. When did this happen? Okay. Yes, like it. I might have to overhaul this whole system. Okay, but it seems like... Okay, where is this thing attached? Is it in the game manager? Is it in the level manager? In the progression manager? Apparently it's in the progression manager. Very interesting. That is very interesting. Okay. It's a little bit annoying. Because that does mean we don't have a good way of testing certain things, like specific enemies. Right, I might have to do something about that. You know what, let's do this. So on the enemy spawn manager for the basic level, I'm just going to make enemies per second 0, so we don't get enemies spawned, right? And what I'm going to do... I think I'm going to do something like this. I'm just going to create a empty, and I'm going to call this the test spawner. Right, and where is the test spawner right now? Okay, it's right there in the middle of nowhere. Okay, so let's move it over to there. Okay. And the next thing I'm going to do, so I don't want to do too many interesting things here, but in my scripts, just going to go into utility here. Or, yeah, let's create a folder within utility. Call it testing or something like that. Create mono behavior script, And let's just make this the test spawner. Okay, and essentially, okay, all this thing has to do is it just has to spawn a certain amount of enemies that I dictate. Okay, let's open it up. Okay. So first of all, we'll need a list of some kind. It doesn't have to be a list, or do I just have to have... you know what? Let's make it a public list of game objects. And we'll call it the enemy prefabs. Right. I'm pretty sure it did. Yeah, just use generics. Okay. So just get the list. So with enemy prefabs. And we can also do public list of integers. We can make it enemy count, so that's just the amount of enemies. Or let's just make amount to spawn. Right, so I can just spawn some amount of whatever enemy. Okay, and then I can do a simple function, just do public void. Well, it doesn't have to private void spawn enemies. Okay, and then we can do for each. Okay, so let's think about this. For each. No. We don't do for each. For int I equals to 0. Yeah, something like that. Well done, Visual Studio. You knew exactly where I was going with that. Okay, so we go through basically all the enemy prefabs, right? Okay, how do we do the spawning? So I think we could just add a spawn reinforcement script and call spawn reinforcements, because all we really need to do is give it an amount, give it an enemy to spawn, and a point. It doesn't really care about anything else like the level. This thing just spawns. Okay, so you know what? Then that makes it a little bit simpler for me. Yeah, so what I'll do here instead is I'll do enemy. Well, no. You know what? I don't need the prefabs then. Okay, we can do amount to spawn dot count. I'm just thinking about this. So if I use the spawn, not the spawn manager, but the reinforcements, spawn reinforcements. Okay, so let's see. For int I amount, it'll go through and spawn the correct enemy based on the type. It doesn't spawn. Okay, it does not spawn crocodiles, but that could be okay. Okay, so let's then add serialized. You know what? Who cares? Public. it's just a test thing, right? Public spawn enemy reinforcements, and we just call it spawn enemy reinforcements, right? So we go through this lists of amount to spawn, and okay, this one's it's a little bit wonky. So you just go through this and spawn the amount, but it doesn't really help because I don't have a list of my... Okay, so let's just do public list enemy data dot enemy type. So enemy types. So we'll do two lists. We'll do a list of enemy types then. Okay, and then we go through that. So then we can do spawn enemy reinforcements dot spawn reinforcements, and we give it the amount. So amount to spawn I. We also need to give it a enemy type. So we just do enemy types I. And then finally we do transform, just like that. Okay, so now that's very straightforward. It'll just go through this and do all of that. When do I want them to spawn? How do I spawn enemies? That is, I guess... It will depend a little bit. Okay, so I could either have a event trigger and spawn them. That way I could spawn them multiple times if I want to see something with death animations and stuff like that. I could just have a trigger, something similar to how, the projectiles work. I could just check for a collision. Get the player layer mask, check for collision in a sphere, and then just, yeah. So let's do that. Update. So we can do player. Okay, well, this is a private layer mask. Yeah, player layer. Okay, and on start router, we just do player layer equals get mask. Layer mask dot get mask called player. Okay, so we just do that, and then on update we do a it's a bool. Okay, player enter equals physics dot check sphere. Right, and we need the position, so this is just transform dot position. Okay, the radius can just be 2f, I don't know, and layer mask could just be the player layer. Okay, and then if player enter, we spawn enemies. We need to be careful about this because obviously it's now going to spawn just a ton of enemies on each frame. We could also do this on a fixed update, I guess. Okay, just something like that. Fixed update. And do we give it a cooldown of some kind? Well, you know what? I'm going to use this. So, you know what I'm going to do? Public can bool can spawn. Okay. And on start, can spawn is equal to true. And then once we spawn, we make can spawn equals false. And we do this as... You know what, actually, then I don't need to do it this way at all. Yeah, why would I want this? Yeah, that's a lot of problems that I don't need. So if can spawn, yeah, we'll just do that. It's a little bit crude, but essentially I'll have a I can just toggle in the inspector can spawn, and it'll just spawn them. Okay, so we just need to include some of these other things into my test spawner, so we can see what is up. Okay, and the whole point of this thing is just to make it possible for me to, yeah. Okay, we need a spawn. It's just to make it possible for me to actually be able to test certain characters in a little bit more controlled environment. Because, yeah, this is just too much sometimes. Okay, let's just lock this. You know, actually playing the game and waiting for the correct thing to spawn wastes a lot of time, and I kind of want to not waste a lot of time if I can help it. So we're going to try it this way. Okay, prefabs, enemies. Okay, so we got our simple melee enemy. You go in there. Our Komodo charged enemy. Go there. Ranged bomber enemy. You can go in there. Enemy holder. Doesn't need one. Spawn radius. Let's make it 2. Okay, so that's the basic things there. Okay, the enemy type lists. Okay, so we just have 3 enemy types. Okay, and the numbers. We make can spawn equals true. Okay, so for instance, if I make 5, okay, and this goes in there. Okay, so I wonder if I can change this on the fly, actually. I don't know. I might be able to, actually. Okay, so the test spawner did something interesting. Okay, let's just stop it there. You know what? On the test spawner, I should actually not start this as true. I should make can spawn false, so none of this happens until I tick can spawn. Now that I think about it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the null reference problem is there, but we'll try our... Okay, let's just check a couple of other things. So first of all, on this level, okay, so we got our spawn point. Is our nav mesh nice and baked? Actually, I'm not sure. Well, let's bake it again. Okay, then in our level, our game manager, let's make this 180 seconds. Let's make, yeah, we start on the base level prefab, so all that's good. Okay, let's just give it a play. Okay, so they won't spawn now until I want them to spawn. So let's just see. Yeah. Okay, so next level. Okay, start. So we are in the... Yeah. So now if I grab my test spawner and I click that. Okay. So they spawn. I can kill them and it works. Okay, now if I want 5 frogs and 0 of those. There we go. Okay, and we do take damage, which was the whole point of this. Okay, we take damage a second time. Okay, so that's good. And now if I want to spawn 1 Komodo dragon, I can. Okay, obviously I'm way too powerful because I just one-shot everything, but I can even spawn 40 of them, then they'll probably destroy me. I got killed. Go figure. Okay, that's good. So now at least I can test this stuff a little bit easier. Now, obviously, if I don't want to be on the test level, I don't have to be there, and that's also okay. Okay, nice. What was the point of that again? Okay, I'm just gonna change my level manager over. You know what? No, I'm gonna stick on this level for a little bit. So I have to think about what happens next. So in terms of my pooling, is there anything I'm missing? So I'm doing the most common things that you want to pull are pulled now, right? So it's my hordes of enemies. Okay. So that's good. They are being pulled. So I shouldn't have any issues with that. Hopefully. What's the next thing that might be an issue? Okay, the coins, that's obvious. Projectiles, sound effects, they were also quite heavy. But I think, you know, with those 4 things sorted, I can move on to the next topic. And the next thing I really want to do is just try and make the game better. So I want to make the combat more satisfying in some way, right? So I need to think about how I want to do that. So I had a couple of ideas about how to do that, and most of it's got to do with effects, right? What happens when when an enemy dies, for instance? How big are the explosions? You know, that type of thing. So I want to make that work, so to make the game feel a little bit more juiced up, so to speak. And I also want to think about things like maybe just the last couple of tweaks on the UI, perhaps, to make that, you know, really look good. Okay, this doesn't look terrible, but there are some problems here. And one of the other problems is actually, now that I think about it, not that UI, but my game playing UI. Right, so this looks bad, right? It's very bare bones. It's all white bars everywhere. So I think today I might look at the UI to fix up, you know, the health bar and the stamina and all that good stuff. Right, now that the pooling is out of the way. We can get this going. And then I can start recording some cool gameplay for my trailer. Or whatever I want to do with that. Okay. Before I get started with that, it seems like a good idea to just maybe take a quick break. So I'll be right back. And then we can dive into our UI. So yeah. Give me like 2 minutes. I'll check you now. I'm back with a fresh cup of tea. Yeah. Alright. Let's continue, shall we? Let's see, what are we up to? Okay. UI. Let's strap in. What? Oh, reference exception. I just clicked on my UI builder. What nonsense is this? How the hell can Unity break so badly? Just from me going to make tea. What's happening, Unity? What? Since when is this a thing? Anybody? What's happening here? Let's play the game and see if Unity is Unity having a moment. Am I to believe that I need to maybe... I mean, the game ran. So this seems okay. Okay, let's stop. There we go. It sorted itself out. Okay, so the main thing I think that we need to focus on is all of these bars, right? The health bar, the level up, all that type of things. I think we can improve upon them. Yeah. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to make a custom bar element, right? Because flipping trying to edit these, I've learned, is a nightmare. So instead of trying to do that, I'm just going to create my own UI element that is custom, that I can use for visualizing my health and other such stats. Right, so let's go to our UI toolkit, custom elements. We're going to create a new wait, I don't have, I just want to check if I maybe started something like this. So I started making a custom radio button back in the day, because that was also a nightmare. Okay, doesn't seem like I have anything like that. So create new scripting. This is just an empty C# script, and this would be the custom progress bar. Okay. So custom progress bar, and we probably don't need many of these things for now, so let's just close. Okay, what did I just close? Oopsie. I closed not all the tabs, I closed something else. Okay, we'll see what happens if I open up custom progress bar again. Well, I mean, it's just there. It's fine. Okay, so this is going to be a public partial class custom progress bar that extends a visual, not a visual effects, visual element, sorry. Visual element. Yeah, we don't need that, and this needs UI elements, yeah. Okay, so that's the first thing we're gonna do, and then just because I can't remember exactly, let's just open one of my other custom slots. My custom elements to see what else do I need to do. Oh yeah. Need to give it a name. Oops. Something like UXML element. Okay, and give it a name. Progress bar. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we got it. Yeah, so the first thing we need to do is just have a constructor. That's just empty. Public custom progress bar. So something straightforward like so. And okay, so let's think about what a progress bar consists of. So there will be a visual element called background. Right, then there will be a... I don't know if I need to make this private or public or what. There will be a visual element called... I'm just going to call it the bar. There will be a label. Yeah. And that's essentially it, right? Okay, then there will be a couple of values, right? So there will be a private float, float like a high value. Just want to think about this. So there will be a high value and a current value. Right, if you think about it, it'll show like 50 over 100, for instance. So 100 is the high value and 50 is the current value. Okay, yeah, something like that. Okay, so now let's create our visual elements. So we want a background equals a new background. We want a bar, which is new. We want a label that's new. And we kind of want to add to class list. Well, you know what? Let's keep it straightforward. Custom progress bar. Right, so this is the main class list that it's in. Okay. So let's think about what we do with the background. We can do background.name equals pro custom. I don't know if I need to do this, or if I can just add it to a class list. Oh wait, this needs to be a string, right? So we can do okay, let's do something like this. So name equals string, well, custom. Do I want this thing to have a name, or do I want to? No, I want to name it what I want to name it, right? Yeah, that's true. Okay, so this one's name. If I give it a name, what I could do is I could access the name. I could access the name inside of the bigger thing. Yeah, and then I can add it to a class of my choosing. Yeah, so maybe I give it a background. Okay, yeah. Yeah, let's just do dash background. Right, something like that. I think I'll be happy with that. Yeah, I think this is gonna work out for me. I think everything's gonna work out for me in the end. Okay, this is just the bar. Yeah, let's do that, and then finally the label. So we'll just do label.name is just custom progress bar label. Okay, so if we give them each a name, that means I can add them to any class that I want, because I can grab them in the UI. But also I don't have to do it this way, do I? Yeah, no, I don't have to do it this way. Ah, geez. Yeah, I don't have to do it this way at all. Okay, we can come back and remove this if it turns out to be not necessary. Okay. So how do we want to do the rest now? So I think our we want to add our background. Right, we want to add... Okay, so where do we want to add our bar? The bar should be added on top of the background. So will we do background.add bar, and then the label is a bit funny. Oh, you know what? We don't actually need a background. The bar itself is a background. So yeah, we don't need a background. We just need a bar on top of it. Yeah, what am I thinking? The actual thing will be its own thing, yeah. So the progress bar would be the background, and then we put a bar and a label on top of it, right? So we add the bar, and I guess we just add the label, right? And this won't work initially unless we change the label to be... So what we could do is we could do label add to class list. So let's see. So we could do a custom progress bar label class. Okay, so let's just try that. So we need to start somewhere, right? So this is where we're going with it. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, so we have a high value and a value there for those ones as well. Okay, so let's just start off with our health bar here. And let's just get rid of it. Health bar, go away. Okay, now if I take a custom progress bar and I stick it in there, it needs to be right there. Okay, so that's what it looks like. So it looks like absolutely nothing. Okay, but we can add the custom progress bar UI over there. Okay. And we can set it up to look like something, I guess. Yeah, I might want to change this in the future, but anyway, for now, it's not going to be a big deal. Okay, so let's see. What's one of the problems? Okay, so currently it is completely hidden, and I think that's because it doesn't have a height. It also doesn't have a background, so let's just give it one of those. And now we can do something a little bit more interesting and give it like a nice, one of these nice backgrounds that I've gotten. If I can find one. Maybe it's not a texture. Maybe it's a sprite. I don't know. Ugh, I hate this so much. The stuff that's just white blocks. Pretty annoying. Pretty annoying. Yeah, we might have to make a few more adjustments here. Yeah, we might want a background. Might want a frame, actually, now that I think about it. Huh. Yeah, we might want a frame. That really might be something that we want. Okay. Okay, but for now, let's just make the background a color at least so we can see it. So the height is 20 pixels. That's fine. Where did I see this? Oh wait, I just changed it in the wrong place, didn't I? Okay, there we go. Custom progress bar background. Okay, we'll just not make it completely invisible. Okay, there we go. So that's the background. And then if we open it up, we have a bar, we have a label. Okay, so the bar and the label are kind of their own thing. You know what? I should actually put the label and the bar on their own thing. And, okay, yeah, so this is what I'm going to do. So, bar, add to class list. I'll just add it to one with a bar. And then, okay, so we have a background, that's fine. But we need a frame, perhaps, or a border. So we can do this. Not value, border. Oh, actually, the label is just is actually a label, not a visual element. Whoops. Okay. So a label, we have a border, which is a visual element. So we can do border equals new, and border.name is yeah. Can keep with the same thing here, even though I don't think we're gonna need it. Okay, so something just like that. Okay, we call this the border instead. We get rid of all the spaces, and then we can do border add to class list custom. This whole spiel. Border. Okay, and the border, now we'll just add border. Okay, there we go. Now we got those things sorted. Now we can try and think about the rest of them, but for now, this is good enough. Ooh. Yeah, okay. This is good enough of a setup. Let's check it out. Let's drink some tea. Oh, you know what we should do? Let's just grab one of these. And I'm going to add the selector for bar, for label, and nope. Don't bold. Why are you bolding? And bar, label, and border. Okay, so now we have the bar, we have the background, the bar, the label, and the border. Okay. So let's think about this. So in terms of, okay, so all of these things are inside here. Now the bar, okay, so let's think, the border itself is at the top, but I want this one to be positioned absolute, right? And we want to basically connect it to all the sides. Okay, and we'll give it a image, but not like that, sprite. So let's just give it something so we can see this in action, right? Hard frame, I don't know, there must be something that's kind of cool here. Here we have... I mean, there's a lot of stuff. Which one, though? Which one? That's the question. Now, some of these do have backgrounds as well, which is honestly okay. Not really opposed to that. Okay, so if you use any of these, they kind of look weird. Not much of a fan of those. There must be something that I'm missing, which is specifically built for these types of things. Okay, let's go to my visual assets, UI. Let's look at the previews. Not quite. Yeah, this looks kind of nice. This ball. I like that one. Where's that one? Okay. Loading. That's not the one I want. Is it one of the frames? Okay, let me just drag this over here, and let's make it nice and big. And now we can look at it like that. Okay, so I don't think it's a frame. Okay, loading. Oh, that's just that. Okay, no, never mind. That's not the loading I was expecting it to be. UI, etc. Okay, here we have a slider border. Okay, maybe that's the one I'm actually looking for. Yeah. It is a slider border. Okay. So if we grab this one and we give it a good old Sprite 2D single. Let's open the Sprite editor. There we go. We don't want the ends to get all mangled. Alright, something like that. Apply. Okay. So if we go back here. Border. See if we can find it. There we go, slider border. Okay, so it's still a bit weird. And that might just be because of the way it's being squashed. I don't think the repeat units do anything. I think the slice scale might. That's it. 0.2. That looks better. Okay, so that looks like a health bar, sort of. Okay, it's at least better than what we had. Okay, so now we can grab this bar, and you know what? Let's make it a little bit bigger. Yeah, 25 pixels. Okay. Now the background is a bit of a problem. That looks horrendous. I don't know if there's a good way, unless I make a background instead and not use this as the background. So we're going to go back and make a background, I guess. Because if I unset that, that's what that would look like. Yeah, because the bar, so if I want to make this one, if I want to make this one red because it's, you know, a health bar. Hey, some random wallaby. How's it going, man? Check if my canvas is correct. I think it is. 1920 by 1080. Yeah. I think that's good. Okay, so this progress bar. How do we want to make this thing work? Okay, so first of all, let's take the label and let's just make it absolute positioned as well. Something like that. And then we can take the progress bar and let's just see if we stretch it out. If we just tell it to, you know, just grow. Okay, so that's what that looks like. It's kind of terrible, but okay, this is kind of what we are going with. Okay, so first let's justify this like that. Ah, yeah, no. Okay, so let's not let it grow. Okay, so that's kind of what we want to see. So if it's like 13 or, you know, it could be slightly bigger, but we want the progress bar to be underneath the border, which means the border needs to come later in the hierarchy, right? I believe so. Okay, so let's just, whoops, that's not what I wanted. When we add, we want to add the border. Oh, that's the class list. No, sorry, yeah. So we want to add the border last, so the bar's at the bottom, then the label, then the border. And we kind of now need a background as well. So let's do visual elements. I could probably do it a little bit differently to get the background working, but I'm just going to go with this. I'll see how that goes. Okay, so we essentially want to add something like this, but we're just going to change all the names to background, background, background. Okay, so now we got all the background stuff there, and we obviously want to add the background. What? Okay, wait, that's my bad. We want to add the background to the back, and we want to add a class for the background, like so. Okay. So now things should move about a bit if I saved. Yeah. I'm trying. But yeah, UI is a bit finicky. Like, just the fact that I have to make my own progress bar can already tell you a bit of a, like, the experience I've had with UI. The bad one. Okay, so let's see the label. Well, no, let's just look at the bar again. So the bar is doing some funny things. So I think we need to, yeah, okay. So we essentially need to move it by a couple of pixels. Like 5 pixels to get it to go inside, and 5 pixels on that side. So now a full bar doesn't look weird. We can even give it a bit of a radius. Let's give it like a 2 radius just so it doesn't accidentally stick out. Okay, but that looks cool, good, right? For a health bar, not too bad. Now the only thing is, what do we then change? Oh wait, this radius is going to look terrible now, potentially. So what do we change to make it look like it's filling this thing up? I think we're going to go with a width of a percentage, right? That makes sense. Yeah, we just change. Okay. Okay. So 100% gets us there. Why would that be? Is it because of the spacing? It's probably that. Yeah, okay, so now that's 100%. So, yeah, okay, so padding it by a pixel or two. What happens if we pad it by a percentage? Or maybe we do pad it. We don't actually, yeah, maybe I'm not looking for a pad. Maybe I'm looking for a English is so hard sometimes. What I mean to say is, I'm looking for a pad and not a margin. Jeez, like Unity 3.4? When was that? Jeez, I didn't even know there was a 3.4. Okay, so maybe we need to put a margin here instead. Okay, wait. No, I think I'm seeing what I need to do. We pad the bar itself like that. And then the whole progress bar, I mean, and then this one we can get rid of any padding. We can just delete it. And now 0% should be like that. 50, 100. That looks good. Okay, so we're just going to vary the width percentage then to get this thing to grow. Okay. I think that looks good. I like that. Okay. Now let's look at the background. So the background, I don't want to do anything fancy, to be honest. I just want to give it a little bit of a different color. It might just be like black, to be honest. Okay, wait. Why can't I find my background color? Okay, here we go. So let's just check if I did that. Okay, let's just see. Okay, so the background is currently a small little bar there. Okay. The background should also be not... Yeah, this is a funny one because everything is absolutely placed because we want to overlap everything. That's okay. So let's just do something like this for the background quickly. There we go. That's the background, right? Now we can even change the positioning of the background by like 8, 8. That looks terrible. Oh, it's because the... Okay. Okay, so let's just go give our background a bit of a radius. And we should also make it a bit smaller from the top, or give it like a couple of pixels of offset. Maybe 3. Maybe 4. Okay. It's 5, isn't it? There we go. Okay, we make this 5. 5. Okay, so if I just wanted it to be black, I could do that, right? But now I could change the background to be something else if I wanted, like... Even give it a texture or a picture or something like that if I'm really feeling up to it. Like... Well, this might break it a little bit, but like if I wanted to give it like that, I could. But I don't think I want to. I think for now, I just want to give it like a bit of a color. Let's just make it like that. Okay. So that's going to be the general idea for one of these. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Okay, now the actual... Oh, the label. I forgot about the label. Whoops. Okay, so let's just make something up like... oh, wait. I need to change the text of the label here, right? So we can do label.text equals... Just want to put something like 50 over 100, right? Just want to see how that looks. Obviously, we'll come do the code a bit later. Okay, now we can at least see what it was doing. And it was doing horrible stuff. Okay, so label. Okay, so I made it anchored like that. Okay, so let's see. So ideally, I guess we'd want to center it at least, right? Something like that. We'd want it to have... I think I do this now for my text. Okay, then what about the size? Because if it needs to fit in there, I could make the whole progress bar a little bit larger. Oh, Jesus, that's going to break everything. It breaks most things. I make it like 30. Oh, I actually liked it a little bit slimmer. Yeah, it looks better this way. I think I'm going to stick with that. Okay, but we can work with the label a little bit more. So, one thing I like to do with labels is just... get rid of the spacing, so it's mine to control. And I think we make this text white, perhaps. I think that'll look good. And yeah, there we go. So now we can start fiddling with things like giving it a bit of padding. 1 pixel, I guess, at the top. 1.5 pixels. Something like that. Okay, is it perfect? Yes, it is. Why am I even asking? It is. It's the best label, the best progress bar you've ever seen, right? Okay. Now, the actual fill and the amount and all that stuff we need to change in code, right? But this is at least a good start for what a progress bar could be. Okay, so we'll change the color of the bar based on what it is representing, and we'll change the amounts, right? Okay, but this already looks way better than this piece of garbage. I think so. Okay, so let's see if we... Okay, so if we just drag in another one of these, boom. There it is. And another one. Boom. There it is. And then all of these can go fly a kite. Get out of here. Right, that already looks way better for the bars. Now, I'm not like done, right? It doesn't look amazing yet, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah, no, that's true. I can faff about everything in this level of zoom, and then in the game it looks kind of okay, or even worse. Okay, and then this bar over here will be replaced by a custom progress bar as well. Ooh. Okay, so something weird happened to this one. Let's just see what the... Oh, no, there we go. It got sorted. Okay, nice. Okay, let's just see. So make these 50%. Okay, so they're all linked now, obviously, which is not ideal, but that is what it is. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. So let's go in here. So our custom element now needs ways to update itself. Right. So let's create a public void initialize. init progress bar. This could be init custom progress bar, I guess. Right? Yeah, I guess so. What we could also do maybe is we can define what the colors could be in here and then just have a progress bar type. So how would that look? So that might be an enum, and then depending on the type, it just grabs a color and it changes its color. Yeah, we could do that. Or we can pass a color in here and change the color that way. I kind of don't like having references to colors in different places, to be honest with you. So, yeah, what if we did this instead? So what if we did an enum and call it progress bar type. I don't know if this is necessary. I might be doing this. This is overkill. But we could have a health bar, right? And then we could have a stamina bar. We could have a, let's think about this, what's the other one? Stamina, health, spell, juice bar. And then finally we could have an experience bar. Right, something like that. So we could do it this way. And then based on the bar type, it'll do something different. I don't know if I like that. Because what I'm kind of also thinking is to have colors set as well. For each of these. That kind of seems dumb. Unless I make it tuples or tuples. So I just want to connect health bar to a color, stamina bar to a color. Let me drink some tea. So I could do that in here and define the colors and all that good stuff. Or, alternatively, what I could do, which is also a way of doing this, is I could pass in a color when I init custom progress bar, right? And then just change the color like that. So I could either have a type or color. Yeah, that's kind of... That is the question I'm asking, right? Where do I want to define my colors or style for the game? I don't know. This is kind of still one of those things that I'm, it's all over the place. I'm spaghetti coding this game to the max. So that's why I'm kind of hesitant when I do stuff like this, because I already feel like I'm doing this in a bad way. Oh, I could define it inside of the USS, right? I actually could do that. Yeah, that is something you can do, but geez, how does that work? You can define a variable inside of USS and then just assign it according to, well, yeah. Like you can't do that, but I don't actually know how. Yeah, so I've seen people do this before, but I'm a little bit of a noob when it comes to USS, right? So I know you could theoretically, so instead of having the background color for the custom the bar defined like this, I know there's a way you can define it as a different thing. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to do it in some way. If it's not good, I can always come back to change it, right? Let's just get it working in some way. And then one day I'll learn how to use USS properly and I can come back and fix it, right? Let's not procrastinate or stagnate because of something like that. Yeah, okay. So it would be kind of cool to not have to pass in colors here. When I initialize a custom progress bar, I would kind of just want to tell it what type it is. So I'll just say this is a health bar or whatever, and the colors are fetched and handled by the progress bar itself, right? The only question is, where would those colors be stored? So based on the type, we could have a key value pair, so maybe a dictionary of some sorts. Should we have just colors in a this is so annoying. You know what? I'm gonna do this the very bad way. Okay, so this thing, it takes a progress bar type. Did I really make that a small letter? That's horrible. It's a progress bar type. Okay, so we get a type. Type. We can store the type, right? Yeah. I guess. I don't know why we would, but we can. So we have a type. No. We have a progress. Why is this thing upset with me? What? You know what? You just gave me an idea. Okay, so we're gonna do it that way. So let's create. I like your thinking. Let's do this. So we're gonna create a in UI. Well, I guess doesn't really matter where we're gonna do this, but in UI. No, not that UI. In the UI scripts. Geez, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Create new. We could just do an empty C# script, right? And we can make this styles. Now, if I do public class styles and I do here public static. Well, no. I could do public static styles, right? I can just do this. Public static styles. Right? Is that a thing? Okay. I don't know if that's a thing. Oh. And then we can do health bar. Now we can do a public color health bar. Right. Boom. What did I do? Styles.healthbar cannot declare instance member in a static class. Oh, must I do public static color? Yeah. Okay. Color.white. Alright, so this is now. How do we get. Okay, so the color I want. So let's see. No, not those flags. Not them flags. I want them other flags. Nope. Stick it over there, make it big, because I can't see what I want to see this way. Where are these flags? Okay, yeah, they are. I kind of like this red over here. How do I grab the color? How do I know what color this is? I need a color picker thingy. Surely Unity can do this. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is a good idea. I like this idea. You make a static class. It's maybe not the ideal way, but it's the way we're going to do it. And then in the future, when I get good, I can just come back and quickly change everything. And it shouldn't be an absolute nightmare. Does Unity have like a color picker? I don't know. Probably if it did, I shouldn't be able to search it like that. That's the wrong way of searching this. Wait a minute. Why is my... I just wanted... No, that should be fine. I'm seeing that my YouTube is not working. Why? Okay, let's see if we can get a color picker going from Chrome. So how does this work? This doesn't help me at all. That's not the type of color picker I want. Red ketchup. I mean, can't I give you an image? Can I not give you an image or use the picker outside of Chrome? Ah, maybe I can. Oh, let's drag and drop a file. Whoops. Okay, you know what? This is what we're going to do. We're going to open Show in Explorer. Going to drag it over there. And we're going to get... Not this one. Apparently there's an ad now playing. For crying out loud. Okay, we're going to grab the red flag. Put it in there. What red is that? Okay. We've done it. Okay, let's see. So instead of color dot... I don't know if this works. How do you define the RGB color? Color... Or I think you need to do new color. And then just give it the RGB values. Right? Okay, 1 is the max. So does that mean I need to do divide by 255? And all of these need to be floats. Not gonna lie, that's kind of annoying. Why can't I... Oh, you know what? I think there's another way of doing this. You can do new color 32. I think so. And this one takes in the integer values. I don't remember. Hey? What? I'm pretty sure it worked before. Ah, la 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 la. Okay. Okay, new color 32. What do you mean press up and down? I don't know how that works. +1 overload. Okay, now I clicked on it. Okay, that's fine. So a byte or what is a byte? Okay. How do I specify a byte? Is it? Okay, so if we do new color. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. My up and down don't work that way. So we can do floats. Yeah, so it's either nothing or float with alpha. That's essentially it seems like. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, color 32. You know what? I'm just going to do color. And I'm going to do it the dumb way. Because this is getting annoying. So if we do just over 255F, they should be the right colors, right? I'm not a fan of this. I don't condone this. This is bad, but it is. This is annoying me enough that I'm going to just go with it. And there we go. There we go. Health bar color set. Yeah, I've done color 32 things before, but I think what's also going to happen now is if I try to set the color and it's a color 32 instead, it also gives me issues. Okay, but now, at least what we should be able to do, custom progress bar. Now, okay, so obviously... Oh, wait, it's because of this. Woohoo. Okay, so we can do if type is a health bar. Now, obviously, we can do cases here as well if we really wanted to, but whatever. So if type is a health bar, then we want to do bar.style.color equals. Now we should be able to do styles dot health bar. Right? That should be fine. Okay, so just something like that. So when we initialize, so let's just do switch. We just want to look at type. Okay, if it's a health bar, then we do and we break. Okay, we just want a few more of these. Okay, so we have a health bar, then we can have a stamina bar, we can have a spell juice bar, and we can have an experience bar, right? Okay, now currently they're all just going to be set to whatever that is. I think my YouTube is broken. Or not? Okay, it came back. Is Twitch still there? It should be there. I hope it's there. Okay. I mean, this is getting us somewhere, right? All right, cool. Twitch is there. Thanks, random wallaby. Is a wallaby? That's Australia, hey? That's like a small kangaroo. Well, that's at least how I... As a South African, that's how I think about a wallaby. Okay. So there we go. So now we can set up other styles, I guess, which should be ideal. So let's think about this. We should also maybe name this differently, but that's fine. Stamina bar. Spell juice bar and experience bar. Jeez, like it. Yeah, I think the only cool... Well, technically, Africa also has a bunch of interesting animals, eh? Australia is kind of interesting because that's the only place that you can find a kangaroo, right? And all the subspecies of kangaroo, big and small. But you guys don't have elephants. Is it a marsupial? Is that what you call it? Is that like the scientific classification of a wallaby? Okay, let's get some other colors in here. So we'll just get our dumb color picker. And okay, so for the stamina, I want like a yellowish color. I kind of like this. Whoops. Select another image. Kind of like this yellow over here. So let's just grab that. Okay, so it is 240. Okay, so that's the stamina bar. Okay, so 240, 177, and 33. Yeah, we can do this the dumb way, can't we? Hey. Wouldn't want elephants. Why? You have enough problems with camels. Well, elephants are not... They're not really a problem. They're pretty well under control. Really, am I going to have to watch a AI ad every time I get a color? Select another image. Okay, so the spell juice. What color should that be? Green? Or... You know what? I think I want blue. Yeah, just a nice blue. This blue. This is for the... What do you call it? Experience bar, I think. Okay, so it's a 2 and a 129 and a 221. And I think I'm going to go with green for spell juice. And the idea is so that my colors are kind of all the same. Hey, that's my alarm. Yeah, let's go with the green, and everything looks kind of nice and the same. So we're going to grab this flag and use this green over here. It's a nice green. Boom. This UI is going to pop. Okay. Okay, so that's a spell juice. I should give these different names, actually, now that I think about it. Because this is now essentially my primary colors, right? So I have a nice red, a nice yellow, a nice green, and a nice blue that I could be using in multiple places. Oh, you know what? I just realized. I think I did this. I'm just going to say anything. Now that I remember the colors, I've done this before where I had to set the colors or something, but I did it in the most atrocious way possible. But that's fine. Okay, so this is just stamina, spell juice, and experience bar. Right, so that just initializes it with a type. What else do we actually need here? So we need to know what do we need to know? We need to know the high value and the current value. Righto. So do we just put a function here? Public void. So would the high value change? It might change actually. Public void update progress bar bar values. Right, something like that. And we need two values here. We need a float current value and a float high value. Right, so each time we get an update, we run this function. Okay, now what do we actually want to do? So the current value is a bit of a funny one, right? The current value will have to be made into a percentage and then update the width of our bar. That's one of the things it should do. So what we could do is bar.style .width. Okay, I actually don't know what this expects. Yeah, I actually have no idea. Is this gonna set it in pixels or in... I actually don't know what it's gonna set it as. There should be a full amount. Oh. You reckon? I never even thought about that. Wait a minute. Let's go see. Let's go see. Yeah, so why am I using the width? Why am I changing? I think I did it that way when I was still dumb and did the old UI the old way. So any one of these bars Okay, so currently I just changed the size of the bar, but that's bad. If I could, I should change a full amount. Where would that be? So there's a background. I don't know what slice is. Scale, rotate, translate. Okay, well, let's just try bar. Surely it's not full amount like that, right? It'll be something with a style. Full. Yeah, no, it doesn't seem to be a thing. I remember full amount, but I think, isn't that with the normal UI stuff? Like if you just worked in the canvas. Like, I think actually I have all my old UI still here. So here we have a health bar. And this rect transform, I think you could have a full amount. Or something like that. I don't know. You could set it up in some way. I remember. Okay. Okay, yeah, so it was something with the image that you could set. Ah, yeah, you can say image type fold. Well, okay, well maybe that is an easier way to do it. So what we could do, let's make an image. So we can still make an image and we can call it full bar. You know, why not? So then instead of using that bar, we can use the full bar image. Yeah, it is a bit weird to set width. That's what I wanted, to set the width as a percentage. Right? So the bar width, I wanted to vary this by percentage. The only problem is I don't know how to... So that would work, right? From 0 to 100%. The issue is I'm not entirely sure if, when I set it in code, will it set it as a percentage? Because I can do bar.style, right? .width. And then I can set it equal to, you know, I don't know if I do it like that, if it... it's not going to work, right? It doesn't know that. 0.5f. So would it now set the width as a what? Like what is that? Is that a percentage? Yeah, we can try that. So let's just do it over here, right? So we set up everything. And if it compiles now, it should change the width, I think. So this is now what it was, 62%. Let's see what it does. Or it's going to be half a pixel. Yeah. So I think it overrides this, obviously, which is good. That's what I want. But if we look at the bar, yeah, 0.5 pixels. How do I change it as a percent? How do I make it a percentage? That's not the thing. You mean this? It doesn't change. Oh, wait. Maybe I can change it here as well. No, that's the debugger. That's not what I want. Okay, yeah. I don't know how to set it here. I can change it here, right? But that's just game objects and stuff like that. It doesn't give me an inspector. Yeah, because there's two inspectors, right? There's the inspector for the UI builder and the good old-fashioned Unity inspector. But this one, but I can see the width is USS property width. How do I change that to be? There's another way I can think about this. Okay, so here's another way we could do this. We could do... Watch this. Bar style width is equal to 0.5 times the background dot style dot width. It doesn't like that. Doesn't it just give me the width? Come on. What does it get? Like, how does it not get a float? Or a number? How's that not a thing? Okay. So it doesn't like that. It's not a float. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, if I make it 50... Huh. Width dot... Oh wait, I think I know how to do this. I've done something like this before. Where did I do this? Ah, damn it. I did this with a background of a something to make it a render texture. Was it with my... I think I know how to do this. I just need to remember where I did this so I can go back and check. Oh, come on, brain, you can do it. I'll check now. So I think there's I made a custom element. Was it a custom element? Might not have been. Is it in the level prep UI maybe? Oh wait, it might be in the waiting room. Ah, I remember doing this. Somebody came into chat and told me the correct way of doing this, and it worked, and now I can't. Could I Google this? How to set background of visual element as sprite in code. I think you have to do something like this. It's similar to this. So you go with, but you do it's not a styled background, but it's like something similar to that. Okay. So you do with style background size. There's something like that, I think, that you can do. Because I had the same problem where the background can take a texture. Okay, so we can see. So it returns style length. iStyle. Oh, wait. Then that's it. That's it. We can do style length. Right? So we can give it a style length. And a style length, let's see what you can do here. So style length can give a length value, obviously. But there should be a way to change the length, the type of the length. So not just a... Yeah, so you can do public with a float. And you can do... okay, this is it. Length unit dot pixel, or I guess you do length unit. Okay, let's see, length v. I think this is it. We need to do. I think this is gonna be it. I just need to know if do I need a keyword of some kind. Okay, let's see. So, oops. Okay, where am I? Why am I so confused? Yeah, so we need a style length, and it's gonna be 50. Is it a length? Length units dot percent. Right, so we need something like that. So if I make it 50 length unit dot percent, I don't know if that works. The style value can be either a length or style keyword. So do we do a length? So we define a new length then? That's a bit weird. A new length. And a length can take a value, I'm assuming. So 50 and length unit dot percent. So we give it a value and a length unit. So why is this not working? Unless we do it. Can we just do it like this? Oh, maybe we just do it like this. So we just give it a length. I don't know if that works. Yeah, no, it needs to be a new length. Oh, maybe that's what the other one was complaining about as well. So if it's now 50%, okay, let's make it something else. Let's make it like 85%, right? Make it something weird. And yeah, let's let it compile and let's go see what it updates as. But I think this is the trick. I got the trick. Yeah, probably. Yeah. So they are somehow connected to one another. Let's see. 85%. Look at that. It filled 85%. Flippin'. Okay, let's do 15%. This is a dumb way of testing, but it's testing nonetheless. Okay, so maybe I could use style length as well. I don't need to use a length, but yes, like these. It has worked, as we can clearly observe. So we've done it. Well done. Let's go slap this in here. So this is essentially what we then want. So we want the current value. Yeah, so let's do a quick current value over the high value right there. We give it as a percentage to the bar style dot width. Right. Super. Now, we also want, when we upgrade the progress bar, we want to change the label text, all right? So, label.text would have to be equal to, now this is just a string.format. And it's essentially gonna be yeah, I don't know if it's messy or not. I think it might be. Honestly, I don't know. What I like about it is the fact that I can create these custom UI elements, which is pretty cool, that I can just then drag and drop because it's just in my toolbox. I think that's kind of nice. Like if you look at all these are my custom elements that I just created, and then I can just drag and drop them wherever I want them, and they will work exactly the same way. And now once you've created a custom one, so it might be a little bit more setup to create a custom one, but then to spawn them in the UI, that's very straightforward. But also, I'm a little bit bad, so I might be giving you the wrong impression. You're watching me struggling through this, and it's like, wow, this guy's really struggling. This must be hard. Or, I mean, hear me out. I just don't really know what I'm doing. Yeah, normally you'd use prefabs, yeah. Yeah, I did that. Like, here's my whole old UI in here. But positioning and stuff like that was a flippin' nightmare. Okay, I had multiple nightmares with that UI, which I don't have now. What's also nice about this, and I think this is probably where I fail because I don't use it correctly, is you can bind data sources straight into the UI. You don't have to do all these functions and updates and stuff I do. You can literally connect this thing to a scriptable object or whatever you want to connect it to, and the values of this bar could be updated with that scriptable object, right? You can see here it gives you bindings, data sources, and the data source doesn't have to be a scriptable object. It just can. You can use anything. Like I can, anything I have in my game, in my folder structure, I can just grab it here. So if I want to have my character data, right, I can grab my character data and then I can get a source and I can be like, oh, okay, cool. What do I want to actually attach this to? Well, I want to attach the, I don't know, what do I have here? I should have health here somewhere. I can attach the max health. There we go. But again, that's I don't really know how this works, and I somehow it never wants to work for me. So I just don't do it. Yeah, but this is now like game objects. And you don't have to write, what's nice about that is you don't have to write update code. Whenever that value updates, wherever it is, the UI will follow. So you don't write any code, it just happens. But at the end of the day, I understand this way of doing it, so I'm doing it this way. Okay, so we want to update the label text. We just want something like this, right? And it's just going to be current value and high value. Now we do need to be careful. This is going to be how does this work again? I think it's a hashtag 0, something like that, for the amount of significant figures or something. I don't remember. We'll just do this so the values don't look too weird. And that's it. That's it. That's all you need to do when you update the health bar, right? You just need to make sure your string displays it correctly, and then your progress bar is the correct length. And that's flipping it. My word. We've done it. Sort of. Now we just need to go find a way of... Yeah, and actually, now that I think about this, there's no point in having any of this. Okay, so that was just me testing something, so that can go away. These ones, I mean, do we need it? Maybe we do, but now I'm just gonna leave it there for a bit. Okay. Now we have to go into code and figure out where the hell do I grab these. Yeah, string format syntax. There's a couple of them as well, right? This is not the only way you can do it. No, there's another way you can do this with a $sign or something as well. Whatever. I look it up most of the time, but I think this is what I did previously, so I'm just going to leave it there. Okay, so I think we have to go to my game playing UI script and see how I update these. Well, first of all, how I grab them, because that's going to be different. Yeah, okay. So I need to give them names. Fortunately, the names are quite straightforward. So let's just change the naming. Oh, yeah, and the types. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit interesting. Okay, but this is now the health bar. Then we can grab the health bar. This is the... what is this one? The spell juice bar. Righto. This is the stamina bar. There we go. And then right here we have our good old experience bar. Yeah, I think I've labeled them correctly. Oh yeah, I can see actually. Okay, now I have multiple of them. So I think I'm going to delete the old ones. It is time. The time has come to get rid of the old ones. There we go. Now I only have the nice shiny ones. Okay, so these are now no more... They're not progress bars. They are custom progress bars. So let's just make sure we grab the correct types of things here. So these are all custom progress bars now. Hey? Okay. And I should also change it over here. There we go. So now we grab our custom progress bars. Okay, now let's see. Where do we do what here? Okay. I used to update everything in here. Hey, look at that. I got my styling correct. Okay, so but now I don't have to do it like a savage. I could just do it in the progress bar itself. But I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. I'll be right back and I'll get rid of all this savagery. Give me 2 seconds. Probably a bit more, to be honest. It's going to be like 30 seconds. I am back. Okay. Let's continue. Okay, so first of all, actually, what I want to do, once I've connected them, I want to initialize them, right? So I want to do health bar dot init. Yeah, and I need to give it a type. It's gonna be a type of a health bar, right? Yes, we'd have to do that. Okay, let's just do that for all of them. Yeah, we could do this right here when we enable. Do we have to do this on enable every time? I guess it's fine. Okay, cool. So spell juice bar. So then we just do spell juice bar dot init custom thing, and we just call it a spell juice bar, and then we do the experience bar dot init. This is a experience bar. Go figure. And then finally, stamina bar. Init, this is a stamina bar. There we go. Okay, so now at least that's done. Okay, and now here, okay, so we have our title, value, all those good stuff. So all of this nonsense is essentially going to go away. And it'll be replaced with health bar dot update progress bar values. So we need a current value and a high value. Okay, so let's see, how did I do that? Character current health, and then I get its stat total. Yeah, so I just copy and paste that in there. Okay, then you do spell juice bar update current values. So just get those two again. Boom. And what's next here? Experience bar. What? Look van de Noveland. Look van de Noveland. What is that? The color extension methods. You can paste the link. I don't mind. Look up Look van de Noveland. Is that how you say it? I said it in my my Afrikaans accent, because that seemed like the kind of word you would say in Afrikaans. Oh yeah, no, it's not auto blocked. Oh. Ah, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just looking at it on the other screen, sorry. It's quite a white website. I guess I could put the thing in, there must be a way. There must be a way. Settings. Appearance. Dark. Right? Shouldn't it work now? I guess it doesn't care. It's just a white screen. Okay, so what are they doing here? So they created a class, string X, So it just basically what this does, if I copied this, it's gonna... Oh, okay, that's nice. So it grabs the RGB values. Ah, that's pretty cool. Look, Thunder Overland. This is probably a Dutch guy. That's why I could read the name so easily. Yeah. Yeah, a two color. I don't know where I'd use this though. I mean, I'd probably use it somewhere. Maybe. I don't know. Oh yeah, that's cool. That's pretty interesting. There's so many cool things in the coding world. I'm still such a novice. Experience bar, update values. And the experience bar values, I guess these are the ones we're looking for. Righto. Okay, current experience, XP4 level up. There we go. And then finally the stamina bar. Okay. Okay, what do we want? We want stamina. Yeah, stamina, and then get the total stamina. Yeah, boy, yes. Yeah, boy, yes. There we go. And let's get rid of all this nonsense. Because what's the point even? Okay, there we go. Nice and clean. Look at that. Look at that. Okay, my level timer. I don't know if I actually want. Just gonna try something. Okay. What do you think? You think this is gonna work? I feel like I've done everything relatively correctly, sort of. Shall we have a go? Let's see what the game looks like when I play it. There's obviously still a bunch of other things I want to make look nicer, but if it actually works, that'd be kind of nice. Be kind of nice. Okay. Oh, I should update these bars now as well, because these look terrible. Yeah, so the 4 colors I'm using are basically the banners over here, right? So these are my primary game colors, I guess. And maybe the purple. And I have this orange. I have a bunch of colors, but yeah. Those are the colors I went with. So let's go see. Start level. Okay, so the text looks correct. Right. But the full value is not correct, right? Are we on the same page there? Hey! Yes, like it. This bird is shooting so fast. I forgot she's completely overpowered still. Okay, so the update, that is interesting. So it seemed to work pretty well. Okay, we'll have to do a proper debug now. Okay, so when we... Why do I have so many weird things open? So bar style length, current value over high value. Length unit is a percentage. Oh, I must multiply this by 100. Yeah, because this just returns a float, but it wants a percentage. So it was 1 out of 100, which is 1%. That's why everything was 1. So small. That's it, yeah. I've figured it out. Okay, let's go and... I wonder how many enemies this bird can beat. I'm just going to have a bit of fun quickly. Let's have a bit of fun. I'm gonna make her fight 50 lizards, 50 frogs, and 20 Komodo dragons. Okay, but she's pretty overpowered because she's my test character, so I make all her stuff. All her stats are a little bit off the charts right now. Okay. Start. Ah, look at that. Okay, they're all red. I failed to notice that previously. So that's a problem. Why would they all be red? Hey, here they come. And it's the horde. Flip and die. Look at all those goodies. The coins are pretty satisfying. Not gonna lie. Hey. Okay, so why are they all red? This is now the next question I have for myself. So let's think about that. So when the gameplay UI happens, so it happens on enable, but we do set it up with the types, right? So this should happen. And then right here, we do set the color. Wait, this is not the background color. Whoopsie. I should be setting the background color. This is the problem. There we go. Yeah, it was defining them all as the health color, you're right. But I changed it some time ago. But yeah, it was the background color. I think the main color, if you just leave it like that, it changes the text color. Or something weird like that, so... Okay, let's give it another go. Getting hungry. It's almost time for breakfast. Ah, there we go. Look at that. Health, spell juice, stamina, character level. The text color might be a bit of a problem. Yeah, I don't know if the sizing of these bars are correct. Yeah, this is now... Whoa! I almost got one shot. One shotinated. This is kind of fun playing on the test level. I like the test level. Now we can do 500 of those. None of those. Let's see what happens. Yep. Okay, it's 500. Geez, they're actually hitting me. Okay, but I can clean them up pretty quickly with this insane arrow. There we go. Cleaning it up. Cleaning up. Damn. Pushing this game to the limit now. Actually, I want to see something. So obviously there was a massive lag spike when I spawned these guys in, right? So what happens if I spawn in like another 150, right? It shouldn't be that perceivable because we're using the object pooling. Oh yeah, that's move. Wow, that's so much better actually. Okay, so it turns out it was worth it to do all the object pooling. Yeah, we're probably going to have to tweak the colors a little bit more, right? The white text works well on like the red and maybe the green even, but I also don't like the green so much, to be honest with you. It seems a little bit small. I don't know if that might just be my screen size, to be honest with you. Like, I feel like we could get away with a little bit more real estate. So this is on a 1080p. We could steal a little bit more, right? Initializing the pool on game start. Yeah, I could do that. Well, I'm not gonna... I'm just being funny with the way I'm doing the pooling. So the pool does get initialized, but nothing gets added to the pool. So the adding to the pool happens when they spawn. It shouldn't be that big of a problem because normally you don't spawn 500 enemies at the time. So I don't think it's... The pool will fill up slowly, right? Okay, cool. So let's see. Could we fit viewport? So let's... okay, how do we want to make this look better now? Oh, you know what we could do? Maybe to preview these, I could have just changed the colors here. Oh wait, no I can't. They're all connected with the same... Okay, that's kind of annoying. Do I need the text labels? I thought that I do. Oh, you mean these massive text labels? Yeah, no, I might not need those. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about them. I thought you meant the values. Yeah, like we could do something like this instead. And I know what a lot of people do, or what I've seen is... Yeah, actually, why do I even have this? So you reorder them a little bit. And then you can do like different lengths. So the health bar is the longest, then stamina, then the spell juice. Alright. So if I just made this bar... How is the width set? Oh. Yeah, if I make this one like 80%, this one like 60%, this one like 40%. That's also where I've seen games do it. And then the last one is the coins, which looks terrible, but that could be a thing. You offset the X start. Actually don't need any of these anymore. Bar label. X start, what would that mean? Oh, you mean, oh, I think I understand. So if I were to do something like that. Alright, you just offset like that, you mean? So they're all offset a little bit. Yeah, I guess. I mean, at the end of the day, I've seen that actually. Now that I think about it. Okay, you keep them the same length. Yeah, I think that the changing length, I've seen like Elden Ring or Rings or something like that does that with the changing lengths. Let's do this. Let's do a dot bar Let's call it a bar. No, man. Bar holder. Right. And let's just add the bar holder to each of these. And then I can do other things like, I don't know, space them a little bit like that, right? Without having too much of a fuss about it. So something like that could work. Some characters won't actually need the spell juice bar. Yeah, okay. The other problem I think I'm going to have... Yeah, so maybe this is enough communication with the colors. Perhaps. I wonder what color we make the text. Well, I wonder if we make them a little bit broader. Also, this character level is a bit much, right? But then we have this level as well. I don't want to call it a wave, because technically it isn't a wave. That's not the thing. I could call it a floor. Ugh, I need a UI designer. Somebody save me. Okay, let's make this one like 30 by 30 pixels maybe for the coin. Make it a little bit smaller. Yeah, okay. So all of this looks terrible. That level timer and all that nonsense is bad. Let's just change the text to the text we're going to go with. I think this is the text we're going to go with. Right. I'm actually just going to get rid of all this. You mean this number, yeah, for the level. Or actually... Yeah, actually, I don't know how to think about this. I think like we should know what wave we are on, right? That makes sense. You mean this number over here, maybe? Or the character level? Yes, like I need to look at like UI. I want to keep it as minimal as I can. Also, this button looks like absolute garbage. Maybe you can make something happen with that button. Yeah, let's give it a sprite, and let's get one of my sprite button thingies. What color do we want this button? It's a pause button. Maybe make it yellow. Yeah. Okay, we get rid of the background, that's for sure. And we need to get rid of the border. Not the spacing. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. Then we just need to change the text. I actually don't know where the text is set. Okay, I know it's set there. I think I'm just using the Montreset or whatever. Okay, let's try something like that. So that's the pause button. Yeah, no, I'm also not really the person to ask about UI design, to be honest. I do it because I need to, but it's not my strong suit at all. Can we just give it a little bit of height? I don't know if that's any better. What we maybe can do, I guess we could put like padding in, so it's not right at the top. Yeah, maybe we do that with all of these, to be honest. Like make it like 15. Just equally 15 pixels from the top for all of these elements. And then something like that. So now at least there's a bit of space at the top of the screen. Perhaps. You think level and character level is redundant? You really think so? I just make that a 1. Now it kind of looks terrible in the middle of the screen, you agree? I kind of think it looks terrible now. So if we just did something like this, I guess we'd have to, yeah, we could give it something like a bit of a, we can make it look nicer. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just going to say I don't know a lot today, I think. It seems like, you know what? When in doubt, just look at screenshots of Brotato. Okay, so Brotato clearly has a wave number and a timer in seconds. And then they have, this is super minimalistic, right? Then they have that, okay. Oh, that's pretty good, actually. LV.0 inside of that bar. I don't mind that. Yeah. Yeah, look, I need more UI because I have more things. This is also kind of nice, indicating how many levels you've gained. Yeah. There's a reason this game is done well. Yeah, okay. So, yeah. Oh, so many things I have to still fix. Ah. Okay, this is probably their new... what mode is this? This is the co-op mode, eh? Yeah, the info is a little bit of a problem, right? You want to make it elegant. Like, you need the information, but it needs to be elegant. Like, you don't want to make it, you know, look terrible. I think one of the things, what they do... Okay, so we can do level, and then maybe we move this label inside of this bar or something like that. Or we just give it a nice LV5. Maybe that's just... That looks better already, I think. Somehow, that's already an improvement. What we can also do, if we want to make this a little bit more Brotato-like, you know, since we're just copying Brotato at this point, we can put it like that, and then we can, you know, move it around. We can move it to the right, and so this is an extra element, so something like that, right? Just a little flare there at the side. I don't know. Maybe that's good. Also, it seems like my timer could be smaller. I think that's maybe another thing that I did that's bad. Like, it's just massive. Like, you can get away with a 32 text here. everybody will understand or will be able to read that. Like, I expect them to read their health values. They should definitely be able to read that. Yeah, that's true, hey. Hey, wait a minute. I could do that. So, is that the icon image? That must be what this is, right? So, let's see. I think I have one of these icons. I have a big icon pack, which are just very basic icons, right? I just need the two parallel bars, eh? Like that, and then get rid of that. Okay, now obviously it looks atrocious. How do I position that now? Is it with this? Yeah. How do I increase the size of that now? It's such a small one. Yeah, I can swap between them. Okay, you know what? But I do agree with you. That is an improvement. I just don't like. How do I make it bigger? And how do I make it not white? I might just put an element on top of it instead. Alright, maybe that's easier. What if I just put a visual element in there? Oh. Okay, I didn't think about that, but the button could just be extended. There's the image and the text element inside. Okay. And then it should have a Unity button underscore image. Yeah, the problem with that is, yeah, good luck. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna use this visual element instead. Give it a sprite. That man, Robin. How's it, man? What are you on about? You come in here with that. That is quite the way to enter chat, eh? Just enter chat and confuse the crap out of everybody. Like I don't know what you're on about right now. Okay, so there's my pause button, and now I can tint it to a different color if I wanted to make it black, for instance. I mean, it looks terrible, but that's the possibilities I have now. What is a good color for a pause button? You know what? It's just gonna be grey. I'm good, thanks to you, Mr. That Man Robin. I am good. Did you run off? Okay, so now we have a little bit of a pause button that looks slightly better. I think everything looks slightly better. I think I want to change the way this is formatted though. So let's go and see how I do that. I think I'd just do it straight in the game playing UI if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. No. Here's where I do it. So we give it a level. And what if we just did seconds, right? Let's just try that. Okay, you know what? since I'm afraid of changing anything in my life, I'm just going to do this. Keep the old bit if I want to come back to it, if I think like this was a mistake. And then I'm going to get rid of that. I'm just going to straight up get the level timer here. Not do any math.floor business. Alright, none of this business. This is going to be a 1. And this will just look like that, maybe. We're going to see what that looks like. You guys ready? Yeah. I guess that man Robin is gone. He ran off. I can see it from that little cat in chat. Okay, let's see how this looks. Might look like something, might not. Let's give it a play. I think we're getting at least closer to looking good. I don't like that play button now anymore. It the pause button kind of looks shit now. But we'll figure this out. Okay, that looks terrible. Okay. So we got our health, our stamina. I mean, yeah, that's okay. I don't think that's a problem. If we click this button, a bunch of frogs and Komodo dragons pop out. Get off me! Spawn your coins! Very nice. Yeah, no, I'm completely on the same page as you. Oh, and I forgot to change this text, yeah. I think we are absolutely on the same page. That button looks ugly. Yeah, I thought I'd give it a background, but it's kind of shit. Okay, let's see. Could we find something better? I'm sure we can. What was it previously? I think previously it was just like a normal looking button. Maybe we just make it a smaller button as well. Like, it doesn't have to be that massive, does it? I don't think so. Let's see. What else do I have? I think my other buttons that I've made before, I made with like these. I don't know if that looks any better. It's a bit weird. You know what? What if we just get rid of the image, give the background a color again, change the unset that, and we just made it smaller. Yeah, let's just make it a couple of pixels. So if it's like 60 by 60, it's a small little button up there. Nothing intense. We give it a little bit of a radius again. Where would be the radius again? Huh? Oh, it does have a radius. Okay. A white image with a simple black outline. Oh, that's super easy with this. There you go. There's an image. Now it's not done. But technically, okay, so what we can also do is let's just give ourselves like 10 pixels worth of padding so nothing overlaps. And we can change. I mean, this is probably going to change again. But that is the most basic button in the world. Oh, it kind of sticks out like a... Oh, you mean this little icon thingy? Okay. Now I hear you. I hear you. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. Nah, but I hear what you're saying. Oh yeah, but this looks terrible now. I think I did a bad job. Okay, but we could give it a more fancy background, or maybe a frame of some kind that looks kind of nice. I don't know. I have so many UI elements, it's just kind of ridiculous, but it's okay. Or I could commission my... Yeah, I'll ask my wife to go fool around in an image editor, if I'm honest. If this really bothers me enough, I'll ask her to fix it. She's the artist. Between the two of us, she's the artist. So. There we go. You know what? I'm just gonna let her handle this. I think that is what I should be doing. Right. For now, that's the pause button. It's a little bit big still, I think. We can make it like 40 by 40. Right, just a little shiny little thing over there. Okay, we can even make this one a little bit smaller as well. That actually looks way better already. Somehow. Okay, now the other thing, okay, so character level, I think I just want to make this LV with a number, and that's it, right? And that looks pretty good. Yeah, let's just get rid of some of these extra spaces. I think that kind of... Could we make this level? Yeah. Okay, so the next problem is now the color of the text inside of here. So the yellow one specifically is a problem, right? So let's preview the yellow one. No, I don't want to... Do I just make it black again? The text. I mean, I could just make it black. Ooh, but the black looks weird with the red. Well, that's not the correct red, right? The red I'm going to use is a little less terrible. So let's change the color. What is the red that I'm using? Let's go see. 203, 203, 836. Okay, so let's do that red instead. So 203, 836. Okay, that's a little bit better. Yeah, but this label is a toughie. It's also possible that I don't need that one as well. Ah, yeah. The vibrancy is different. Well, I mean, I was kind of hoping that they would mix, because I'm using them from... Well, let's just give it a try with the black quickly. don't know if my color picker was wrong or what the case is here, but like it's these colors, right? And the white doesn't look bad over here, right? Because it's the same one, right? I don't know if it's the text. I mean, it looks kind of bad there, but maybe it's the size of the text, perhaps. I don't know. Oh, you know what we could do? You know what it could be? I know. I know exactly what to do. Watch this. Watch this space. Get ready to be amazed. Okay, so the first thing you do, you go back to your text editing. You make it white, right? Make it nice and white. I'm going to try the Montresat bold, if I can find it. Okay, we're gonna do Montresat bold, right? But then here's the trick. What you do then is you go down here and you do letter spacing. I think 0.5. Maybe not. Maybe 1 pixel. Maybe 5 pixels. Okay, we just space it out a little bit, and then you add a shadow. You add a nice black shadow with the 100 alpha. You give it an offset of 3 pixels by 3 pixels. And it kind of lifts the text a little bit. A little bit, I tell you. And it's a little bit more spaced out, and it's a little bit thicker. And now what we can do also, I guess it's not a bad idea, is we could change the bars to be like 28 pixels high. It's not a big difference, but it makes a big difference. You know what I mean? It isn't a big difference, but it makes a big difference. I think this is the solution. So let's give it a play and let's see how that looks with all the correct colors filled in. But yeah, sometimes that is actually the solution. Just fiddling with the text. Okay, we'll take the overpowered bird. It's not perfect, right? But you can see where I'm going with this. That already looks way better. The yellow one is a little bit difficult still. The rest are pretty good. It really is the level 1 that's the problem. If we could just make the yellow one a little bit better. Yeah, but I'm pretty happy with the rest. I think that looks good. Like, you're not gonna stare at it all the time, right? Like, I'm staring at this thing. Oh, jeez, I just thought the game broke. Oh, jeez, I just opened that. So, okay, 12 minutes. I'll watch that a different day. I'll watch that maybe later. I just have something that I'm gonna try it. Okay, so let's make all these bars in the preview, because realistically the only real problem one is the yellow, right? So let's make the color the yellow instead, and then let's work with that, right? Okay, what is the yellow? 240, 177, and 33. Okay, so let's see how that works out. 177 and 33. I mean, zoomed in doesn't look bad. Okay, but as you zoom out, you can see less and less. Okay. So if we had to tweak this, we would go... Would we go... Obviously going darker could help. Going redder. Ooh, maybe. Oh. Oh. What am I witnessing? Maybe orangey is the better. We can put some blue back. Like we can keep our 35 blue, but that looks much better, hey? Yo, this guy. How's it going, man? Wait, you didn't get the notification? Wait a minute. Whoopsie. I completely forgot to put the notification on Discord. Oh, damn. My bad. My bad. Okay. Okay, let's okay, 255, 165, and 35. Let's plug that in and see what happens. So 255, 135. So we're going. And what was this one? I don't think it matters that much, but just 35. Okay, let's give it a go. I think it looks better. We could give the okay, let's try another thing before we go. And then we'll be sure if it looks better. And I'm just going to give the text a bit of an outline, right? A black outline. A little bit of eyeliner. Whatever you call that stuff. Where did I do this? Okay, that's the shadow. Letter spacing. Back. Wait. Oh, there's the outline. Outline with 1. We make it the blackest of black. And that could actually solve. 1 is a bit much. Especially if you zoom in all the way. 0.5 pixels. Okay, let's see if that gives it that little bit of a hard edge that we need. Let's go. Hey, this guy. Were you here yesterday? I can't remember if you were here. Yesterday was such a long time ago. That looks amazing. The yellow is much better. I think it's a more orangey yellow. And I kind of think I accidentally did some color theory. Huh? How do you like that? Those 3 colors seem like they belong in the same game. Let's spawn a ton of enemies. Marsa. Yeah, these guys tackling you is a little bit of a problem. No. Fortunately, I'm very strong. I must say the game's not working. It's not performing too badly, right? With this amount of chaos on the screen. Yeah, it's a lot of money. Yo, look at all this money. Oh. Okay. I think we've done it, guys. I think we've done it. Okay, let's spawn a bunch of frogs. Okay. Is that how it looks when the frogs spawn on top of one another? Get wrecked. I kind of like my new testing station. Boom! More frogs. And I'm almost gone. Okay, with that, I think we can now move on to whatever's next. Actually, that pause button looks kind of nice. Okay, the pause menu looks shit, but the pause button, I don't know about you, but I think that's kind of good. Yeah. Yes, I did. Some random wallaby. I guess you weren't here back in February or whenever it was. Back in the day, I used to, when you hit a killing blow on an enemy, it would have thrown the enemy into the air or around, into some direction, depending on the direction of the hit, based on the amount of damage you did. So if you got to a ridiculously high amount of damage and you hit an enemy and they died, they flew off the map into the void. It was kind of funny. It was pretty cool. But I removed that because at some point I refactored the enemies entirely. All their movement systems and stuff like that were refactored, and I got rid of that specific thing. What I want to do, right, and I think this is kind of where I'm going to go for the next couple of days maybe, after the UI is good enough, right, is I want to make it so that enemies could actually break into pieces, if that makes sense. So if you have a the chicken that slices them with the sword, it'll kind of slice them up, and they'll pop, and they'll fly away, or whatever, something like that. They'll slice them into two pieces, and they'll fly into different directions. So that's kind of the next thing I wanted to do. That was my idea for last week, but then I realized I need to get the pooling system in the game first before I try any funny things like that. Because it felt like I might be creating a lot of complexity, overhead, blah, whatever you want to call it, and the performance was going to suffer. But that is the next thing I want to do. Yeah, I want to break the mesh. It shouldn't be... it depends on how I want to implement this, right? But if you look at the characters, the enemies, for instance, so their mesh is already broken into pieces. I realize now their eyes are a separate mesh from their head. You know what that means? I can make their eyes pop out. Why is this lizard in the floor like that? That's not nice. Lizard? Okay, you know what? Let's just hide everything else. But yeah, I can take this lizard, I can grab each of these meshes, right? Because they're each a different object. And I could just make the head fall off, right? Because technically I should be able to do that. I think the mesh is... Oh, it doesn't allow me to move it. What? Why would that be? Is it because it's connected to the root bone? Might be. Might be that. I think it's because I need to disconnect it or something. I don't actually know. Huh. So what is the reason? I guess it's because of the armature, right? Because they connected to the armature. Kind of makes sense. Oh, but I could do many things, right? I could take the eyes and just hide them. Yeah, that's exactly what I want to do. Yeah, so that's precisely just the way you described it is what I want to do. So I've done that before with the totems, right? So you'll notice the totems look a bit funny. So if I click on any one of them, if I can find them. Okay, that's a group of totems. So if you look at this totem, that's what I did. So there's a totem and there's totem pieces, right? So there's the totem pieces, and each piece is a rigid body. And I just have a small script to reset the totems, to put the pieces back together when I want to do that. And yeah, that's exactly what I do. And then when it gets destroyed, I think I just let gravity take control for the totem. But you could easily add a force, right? And then, kick it in some direction, and then it falls apart and rolls and whatever. So yeah, this is exactly what I'm going to do, I think. I'm going to try something like that at least. But I think it's going to be cool. And then you just need a big bloody explosion. Because I want to make the gameplay feel satisfying, right? And this is the kind of way I want to go. Yep, that's exactly what I did, eh? Yeah, you got it precisely. Like, look here, there's the existing one, and there's the one that's the broken pieces. So I just grab this one, I'm like, swoop, you're gone. And then all the pieces can then fall. And then, obviously, in code I do a bunch of stuff, but that's the idea. Yeah. I think it's going to be super, super satisfying. I want to get the game to that point where it's not just a game, it's satisfying. Yeah, I can then add it to the object pool, exactly. Which will, again, help. Yeah, because I was already generating and destroying so many objects, and I thought to myself, yes, if I did this now as well, it felt like I would be getting it. It would get out of hand a little bit, right? But yeah. You know what I also thought? Now, this might be a bit ridiculous, but what if you slice any lizard, right? Because lizards can regenerate. Yeah, I say lizards can, but obviously they regenerate a little bit. But imagine this. You slice a lizard in two, the two pieces go flying away, and then they act as new spawn points for new lizards that are now, then there's two, right? So each of the pieces become a new lizard. And if you do something like have a explosion, like you playing with the wizard, you could actually explode them into 10 pieces, and then 10 new lizards can spawn in. That's kind of another thing I was thinking about. It'd be kind of interesting. And obviously, this is a little bit of a magical world, so you can give the benefit of the doubt. You can say that, okay, it works that way, and the frog can do that, and the crocodile can do that, and everybody does that. Why not? The only problem... Well, and then, okay, not a problem, but then the other thing I was thinking about is you could have certain characters have ways of dealing with that respawning of enemies in different ways. Like, you could say that the archer, the ranger, doesn't have that problem because she doesn't cut them into pieces. So they respawn, but only one respawns, right? So they have a healing factor and they come back, but it's not a new one. It's just the same one. And you could even make it so that the owl, for instance, when he uses his fireball, they explode into pieces. But if he uses his flamethrower, they just burn to a crisp. And then that could also have an impact on how they respawn. Particle system... Yeah, I should actually do that. Even with the current spawning, I think I should have a way to indicate somehow that an enemy is going to spawn in a spot. Maybe. Either indicate that they are spawning in a spot or have like a smoke screen or something to hide the fact that they are going to spawn. Or something like that. Don't know. But yeah, that sounds pretty cool. I also can't do that now. So it's 20 past 8 in the AM right now. That means I need to get to work. Thanks for hanging out, man. All of you, thank you for watching. I think I'm gonna head out. I can send you guys off to a raid. Let's see. Who do we want to raid? No problem. Yeah, let's go say hello to Booyah Grandma. I see he just started. We can go say hi. And yeah, well, whenever you get online, come say hello. Next time you get here, the game's going to look completely different. And I need to remember to actually announce my streams next time. Anyway, everybody, cheerio.